right, so can y'all get right in the center, everybody? Right in the, you want to stand in front of them? Mm-hmm. All the way down. We're going to do it
A
all.
little sideways so the camera can, see the face.
Well, then let them get right here then. Yeah. All of you. Come get right here. No, no, wait. Y'all stay right there. You two come get right here. And then she'll. That's fine. And then let them all stand here together. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Wait, John's going to say something first. Then you hand them the mic. Yes.
Everybody's good? All right, good evening, everyone. We're starting a little early tonight, a special occasion in December. At every meeting, we get to swear in former members, and tonight we get to swear in 2 new members. So at this time, I'm going to let you take it over.
I'll do Mr. Eric first, and then I will do Miss Helen and Mr. Jamie. Do you, Eric, solemnly swear that you will support the Constitution of the United States, so help you God?
I do.
Do you furthermore solemnly and sincerely swear that you will faithfully and bear true allegiance to the state of North Carolina, to the constitutional powers and authorities which are and may be established for the government of North Carolina, and that you will endeavor to support, maintain, and defend the Constitution of North Carolina, not inconsistent with the Constitution of the United States, to the best of your knowledge and ability, so help you God?
I do.
Do you further swear that you will well and truly execute the duties of the office of the Board of Education of Pamlico County according to the best of your skill and ability, according to the law, so help you God?
I do.
Okay. And Miss Helen, Mr. Jamie. Yours is an affirmation. Do you, Helen Gibbs and Jamie Gibbs, do you solemnly swear that you will support the Constitution of the United States?
I do.
Do you furtherly solemnly, affirm. Do you furtherly solemnly affirm that you will be faithful and bear allegiance to the state of North Carolina and to the constitutional powers and authorities which are and may be established for the government thereof, and that you will endeavor and maintain and support and defend the Constitution of North Carolina, not inconsistent with the Constitution of the United States, to the best of your knowledge and ability?
I do.
Do you further affirm that you will well and truly execute the duties of the office of the Board of Education of Pamlico County according to the best of your skill and ability, according to the law? Do you solemnly affirm?
I do.
I do.
Can I also ask you guys to give a round of applause for Miss Tammy Spain for doing that for us tonight? Thank you.
Hello. If you were here just for the oath and you feel like you want to leave, you're more than welcome to, but you're also welcome to stay for the entire board meeting.
All right, before we start, Tammy, your timing was good on the oath. You ended, and we got up here right at 6 o'clock. Thank you for doing that for us tonight. I'm glad you weren't sick because we were going to have to keep going down the line to find someone, but thank you. Also, Eric and Jamie, you're officially now board members, and congratulations. And we look forward to, I think all of us that are on the board, we all look forward to working with you in the coming months and the next 4 years. And Ms. Helen, congratulations to you again. All right, at this time, I'm going to call the meeting to order. If everyone would please stand for our Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please remain standing for a moment of silence. Thank you. All right, for agenda item 1.3, election of our Board of Education officers, I'm now going to turn the meeting over to our board attorney, Ms. Rachel Hitch.
Sure. I can go ahead and open the floor for nomination. We'll start with the chair, the office of chair, and I will accept any nominations for the office of chair of the Board of Education.
I nominate Mr. John Prescott for the office of chair.
Okay. Mr. Prescott, do you consent to the nomination?
Yes.
Okay. Any other nominations? Hearing none, Mr. Prescott has been nominated for the position of chair of the Board of Education. Can I get a second for the nomination?
Second.
All in favor of the election of Mr. Prescott as the board chair, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposers, say nay. Mr. Prescott, congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you to a great board. I'm going to speak for Gene as well because he's still our vice chair at this time. But we've got a great board, and we do it with them in harmony as a great board that works together. So at this time, I'll accept nominations for our vice chair.
I would like to nominate Mr. Gene Dudley for vice chair.
Mr. Dudley, do you accept?
Yes, I accept.
Do we have any other nominations for vice chair? All right, hearing none, all in favor of Mr. Dudley as our vice chair, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Congratulations, Mr. Dudley.
All right. Thank you, everybody.
Congratulations.
Let's get to work.
Yep. All right, we're going to move on to our matters of the public. Mr. Rice.
Wait,
Well, did I-
agenda.
Oh, I'm sorry. I skipped it, 1.4. Do we have any, I know we do have some additions and deletions, so Ms. Jackson, I'll give it to you.
Normally, I don't care if you skip it, but not
Yeah.
this time. All right, first of all, delete, we are asking for deleting item 3.8, which is principal time, which principals will pick that up in January with some updates on things going on in their schools, so take that off. We also are going, I don't know if you want to talk about that at all right now, but item 7.2 and 7.3, the policies, and 7.3 follows 7.2 because we had some board members that do need some more time to review those. There was a lot of policies, and in order to give them the right amount of time, we're going to move those to January. We would like to, if
Yes.
it pleases the board, which means then we don't need to remove the old policies until after that happens in January. I think that is all.
All right, I need a motion to approve the agenda as amended.
Motion.
Motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Now we'll move on to our matters of the public. Mr. Rice.
Good evening. Good evening.
Good evening.
Tonight, we have a larger group to recognize in good news, and that's exciting. Since COVID, I believe this is the first time we've had more than our Rotary Students of the Month. So, first, we have our district Christmas card winners. We have 4 that were selected from a large group of art students throughout the district. And once the cards were completed in the art classes, they were brought here to be judged, and they were judged by the staff in this building. And the winners are, and when I call your name, if you will come up and we will hand you your Christmas card. And after you get that, I'd like you to go stand in front of the poinsettia so Miss Harwick can take your pictures.
Really are good.
Is Maya Klein here? Jaden Williams. No. The next two are Julia Bain. And Catherine Lackey. Their art teacher, Miss Holly Bradley, is here to support them tonight. So if you want to stand up, Miss Bradley.
Also, Mr. Rice, can I say something, Mr. Rice?
Absolutely.
They got a copy of their individual card framed and then a copy of the card that we're sending out, which has all four. Did you have that up there, the one of all four cards mixed together? Well, that's not the actual card, but that's okay. That's each four individual one, but they did great. Good job, guys.
Congratulations. Next, we've got the Rotary Student of the Month, and I don't think I've seen anybody from the Rotary come in. Okay, good. So Mr. Prescott's going to help me with that one award as well. So first we have Pamlico County Middle School. We have Kamari Miller. Kamari, if you come on up. Kamari is an exceptionally well-rounded student. He has a great sense of humor and he gets along with all of his peers. He sets the example for others by putting differences aside and showing kindness and acceptance. Kamari is a student athlete, participating in both football and track. He also works hard in the classroom, always seeking to do his very best. Kamari is an advocate for his peers, serving as an 8th grade representative on the Principal's Student Advisory Council. He was selected based on teacher and peer recommendation, as well as good character. You can always count on Kamari to do what is right. Congratulations to Kamari Miller, Pamlico County Middle School Rotary Student of the Month for December. Next, from Pamlico County High School, we have Gabriel Mason. Gabriel, if you come up. Gabriel is a good student and gets along with others. Gabriel's biology teacher had this to say about him. I have thoroughly enjoyed having Gabriel in my first period class. He smiles, says good morning, participates in class, and completes all of his assignments without one single complaint. He brings out the best in people and exemplifies leadership in the classroom and on the football field. He is a great role model for his peers, and I'm very proud of him. Congratulations, Gabriel Mason, Pamlico County High School Rotary Student of the Month. Now let's step backwards just a little bit. Wait for the picture. One of our other Christmas card art students just arrived. He was finishing up basketball practice, so we'll excuse him for being a couple minutes late. And that's Jaden Williams. Congratulations, Jaden. And finally, we have Michelle Brown. Michelle, if you'll come up, please. Miss Brown. Miss Brown is our school psychologist. She has been awarded the Pamlico County Schools Exceptional Children's Educator of Excellence. This consideration was given to Ms. Brown for her tireless efforts to facilitate the implementation of the North Carolina multi-tiered system of support framework for Pamlico County schools, which allows data to be used in order for students to receive instruction they need to make progress toward meeting standards. Mrs. Brown works with school administration, teachers, and families to evaluate students, interpret data. Mrs. Brown will be recognized in the December issue of our North Carolina Department of Public Instruction Psychological Services Practice Brief. Congratulations, Ms. Michelle Brown.
Yes. Well, no, you don't have to hold that.
Hide behind me.
Mr. Rice, Mr. Rice, she has a certificate. Give her a certificate.
Oh,
You can hold that.
I forgot the art people too, so. That is the end of our good news for this evening. I need Gabriel and my 3 art students just to meet me at the door back here. If you want to leave, you're welcome to leave, or you're welcome to stay for the entire meeting. So have a good evening.
And away they all go.
That was good.
She has a,
Oh, that's right,
she has a
I read,
presentation, yeah.
you're right, I read that, I'm sorry. I was up at 1:30 this morning. We left at 3. The generator ran out of gas and the heat turned off, so we were like,
Time to go.
it's time to go. Those of y'all sitting in the back, you're welcome to come on up. Someone left their purse?
All the Baptists can come to the front.
Gabriel, yeah, there's
Oh, that's his
Gabriel.
mom, there's, here.
Oh.
Oh, my goodness. God bless him. Thank y'all for moving up.
Yep, yeah. Okay, moving on along, we do not have any public comment tonight. Ms. Jackson, Superintendent Report.
Thank you, and good evening, everyone. Once again, I would like to welcome our new board members, Jamie and Eric, and our re-elected board member, Miss Helen. So welcome again, and I know she's already gone, but again, thank you to Tammy Spain, who kind of had to come in last minute to do that as our clerk of court was very sick and was unable to come tonight. But she was very excited to do that because I think she knows some of these new board members very personally, so she was excited. So it's not often I call someone when they're actually not even on campus and ask them to come and be here at night that they're excited, so that was good. So next, item 3.2, the membership report. You have that at your desk. Primary school was -5, Anderson -2, middle school -2, and high school -5, for a total of -14. I asked Tiffany to check to why there were so many, and there was a lot of moves out of the county and out of the state, so that accounted for that, she said. So item 3.3 is the NCSBA Annual Conference recap, and I'm not going to do that alone, but last month, we had an opportunity to all go together. I think I was the only superintendent there that I'm aware of that had all board members. they said, man, you must really crack the whip. I'm like, no, we get along and we have fun. And it was great. We got to spend a lot of time just kind of getting to know each other, but then we learned a lot together too. I appreciate this board more than I could ever say, but that was just really, really good for us to all get together. And we broke bread together many times during that time that we were gone. But if anybody wants to make any comments about that time in Greensboro, please feel free, because I know I'm not the only one that enjoyed that. Mr. Dudley, you want to say something? Miss Kathy. Oh, good.
So I really enjoyed the conference this year. The keynote speakers were awesome, all of them. They were so great, and the sessions that I attended, each session was so good. Two of my favorites, one of them was by a superintendent in Atlanta, Georgia, and she was 5 days into her position of interim superintendent when the school system had an extreme challenge of, and it was nationwide, but they were accused of cheating on their end of year test. And so she was 5 days into superintendency, so she told how she led her school system through that challenging time. It was so good, but she gave a framework and some really important information of how to lead through a crisis and how to manage that situation. It was an excellent presentation. Everybody was just glued to their seats listening to her. It was really good. And it could be applied in any crisis situation like that. And the other one that I attended was 10 Best Practices for Effective Communication with All Stakeholders. That was really good, and I brought home a copy of this that, it would be great for discussion sometime because it's about all stakeholders communicating. So I really enjoyed the conference. The sessions were great. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Ms. Helen, you got something to say?
You know, I got to
Yes.
say something. So, as Ms. Kathy said, all the speakers were great and the sessions were great and everybody was very informative and knowledgeable. But my take home was the Teacher of the Year. And that was Miss Leah Carper, if I'm saying that right.
Carper,
She was an English teacher at North Guilford High School. This woman had the energy like a kindergarten. And the spirit that she brought, made all of us, I think we all agree that we wanted her to teach us too. And something that she said that stuck with me was a proverb. She said that you're going to plant trees that you'll never sit under the shade of. So you guys are planting trees. So just think about it down the road. You may not see it tonight. You may not see it tomorrow. But some child, some young person, some older person may come to you and say, thank you. Because it's because of you and what you've done that I'm here today. She also talked about how this cafeteria worker saw her, how she was embarrassed that her family wasn't well-to-do, and she was standing in a line, and the student that, and I may not get all this right now, so y'all chime in, but the student that was behind her, she was paying for her lunch meals, 40 cents, I think it was.
40 cent reduced.
Well, the student behind said, well, and I'm just going to say some random name, Amy didn't pay for her lunch. She didn't pay the full amount. But the cafeteria worker, she saw what was happening. She said, yes, she did. As a matter of fact, she paid too much money and gave her money back. But someone other than a teacher, someone that you expect, saw that. And even her seeing the student that came with a hood on. She was saying that in her classroom there was a student who never talked, never said a word, and she would come to class with her hoodie on. She said, but she didn't focus on that hoodie. And one day, I'm not sure how it happened, but this student, she stayed after school every day, and one day she spoke and she had the opportunity to talk with her, and she found out that she had lost her parent, her mother. She was living with her grandmother, and it wasn't a very good thing that was going on, especially for her. But she spoke to her, not focusing on that hoodie, not saying a word to her about that, but actually seeing her, made her comfortable enough to talk with her. That was my takeaway. That was good to me.
That's good stuff.
Amen. And I know there are so many of you guys out there that have that energy and that zeal, and you're ready to bring it on. And I say, bring it on. Be the difference, be the change that you want to see.
Anybody else?
Any other comments? Eric, Jamie?
It was just a informative conference. You know, going in as a new board member, and like Ms. Helen said, the teacher of the year, she was just awesome, and it just brought some things back and really let us know what our mission truly is.
Mr. McOtter, Eric?
Well, the conference was up to its normal standard. It was truly excellent. The breakout sessions were superb. There were fantastic learning opportunity. The speakers that we had at our luncheon or at the breakfast in the mornings, we had professional speakers who had presented a lot of motivational information. That was truly good, but one of the things, there were so many things that were impressive, but one of the things that really impressed me was the students who came and provided entertainment for us at our luncheon. There was an orchestra, there was a drumming group, there was a choral group, there were fantastic musicians, and they were truly impressive. And so you get an idea of why, like Helen said, why we're here and why we look at the importance of education. When you see the young students who are coming along and what their capabilities are, and we saw some really impressive students who were just fantastic. I don't know how else to put it. Great musicians and great entertainers. And so we can see what we have coming along in the future.
So I just want to say that was a great icebreaker for us as board members. For me and Jamie, we hadn't really been around some of these folks. I've known Miss Helen for a long time, but we really had a good time together. We learned a lot. The sessions were great, and I'm looking forward to next year.
Hopefully y'all can see that, this is an educational opportunity for our board and for all boards in the state of North Carolina to come together. It's kind of like continuing education. One thing I attended was the North Carolina High School Athletic Association update. And the hot topic in there, as it has always been, is charter schools being able to play in 1A state championships. Their excuse now is that until that number is changed, when I say number, how many students it takes to make up 1A, how many students it takes to make up 2A, 3A, 4A. Until they're instructed to do otherwise, they're going to keep doing it. So that's their latest excuse on not changing anything. So and maybe we need to talk to our legislative members and see what can be done, because it is, those of you who follow 1A athletics, not just here, we've been affected numerous times at our high school, but it's not just us, it's all across the state. So in the teacher of the year's comments, she made some comments to us as board members, one of them being they like seeing you. What she meant by that was that the schools, the teachers, the students, they like seeing us in the school. So I spoke with Ms. Jackson. We're going to pick one day a month where, me personally, I want to go into this school. And I don't really want, and I'm challenging my other board members to come with me or but the reason I'm bringing it up now, don't do anything special. no, you know, we just want to walk in the classrooms, we just want to go in the lunchroom. I want to talk to the cafeteria workers and shake their hand, because our child nutrition department, and Steve, you're going to echo that a little bit later, they're doing a phenomenal job, and it takes, as you said, it takes child nutrition, it takes teachers, it takes administrators. So me personally, I'm going to pick one day a month, every month, to go into one of the schools and observe and just walk around, shake hands with the kids. So she said they like seeing you, so I'm going to do it. And so I'm challenging my other board members, let them see our faces and let them know that we're here because of you. We're here because of the county, you know, and for love of Pamlico County Schools. So again, when we're in there, don't plan anything special for us. Just let us see.
They won't even know you're coming. You're just gonna
Yeah.
pop in.
So just let us see a normal day. That's what I want. So, Ms. Jackson.
Well, what I thought was good about that part too, and all the things y'all have mentioned, and there's so much more, was that she reached out. You know, she reaches out to every teacher of the year in all the counties, and she actually said to them, if you could stand in front of your board and ask something of them, what would you want from them? And that's the list. She literally went down a list with them. This is all the board members that were there from North Carolina. And that was one of the main things, was just come in our schools, not for a special open house or whatever. Just come and see what we're doing every single day. And then when that does happen a lot, then they aren't nervous or whatever when the board member shows up. But there's so many great things going on. And we saw some of that, as Mr. McCotter mentioned. And I just think it's a good example of what's coming out of North Carolina Public Schools right now. We saw that with the teachers and all the presenters, the administrators, superintendents, you know, different, you know, things that we got to have an opportunity to hear. So anyway, thank y'all. I appreciate y'all going, because like I said, I don't know of anybody else that had all their board members. So I felt very honored that you all took the time to do that. So I will move on to item 3.4. One of the things that we had actually already started, but that the Teacher of the Year did talk about, was advisory committees, like a parent advisory or a teacher advisory. And we actually had already in Cabinet started working on that. And one of the things we're working on right now, and I hope there's people out there watching, but if you go to our website right now, there's an application to be on a parent advisory council. And we are taking applications now, and those meetings will start sometime the first of the year. And this will be a way for parents to give input into things happening in the schools. We want more input, and we say we do, but then sometimes we don't do things to really give people that opportunity. So we really are doing that now. We've not had a lot of applications, so Miss Elizabeth, we might need to do a better job getting that out there. I'm not saying you even knew about it, right? We're going to get it out. So we hope that we'll have a lot of applications and that it'll be a grueling process to see who gets to do that. So I'll have more information for you in January about the first meeting. The next thing, item 3.5, we had a meeting a couple of weeks ago for all the folks that have gone to visit the new school or visit a school similar to like the one that we want to build. In Myrtle Beach. And then I also invited a few extra administrators that were not able to attend. And then I kind of hijacked Mr. Johnson's CTE meeting that was going on in the next room, because one of the things that we had not really talked a lot was about the CTE design in the building. So we met with the architect, and everybody had a great opportunity to kind of give some feedback on the current plans, which are the plans that we had to submit. We had, like I've told y'all before, we had to submit something with the application, and it's just a beginning process. So I talked to Robbie Ferris, who's our architect, and asked him if he would consider having like a board work session where, and of course it would have to be open to the public, but where we could just talk about, because it would take a long time to do it in a board meeting, where we could just sit down and look at the plans and then look at the feedback that we have. Matter of fact, Hiram was there, so it did get in the paper, I think, and I had some people say, hey, why weren't we invited? It really wasn't just an open thing, which anyone could have come, but it was really for feedback. You've seen this school now. Here's what ours looks like. And we did have, Tim Buck came, because he did, the county manager, he was on the trip with us. He was happy when he found out that it was in budget. But for all of you that were there, in budget means there's a lot of things people don't like about it. We need more rooms. We need more this. We need more that. So, you know, it was a starting point. So Robbie has given me some dates. He sent me some dates yesterday that I can hopefully get with you guys, and we can find a time to all get together. But we also, thanks to Wendy White, she created a Padlet which was and a matter of fact, I might want to include the board members so that they can at least see what the concerns are, where everybody can go in that was there that day and they can put concerns. What are the pros of what we know right now about this building? What are the cons? What are the questions we have? What are our concerns? What are random thoughts that you have? And people are just putting stuff down. And if we know the answer, we put it in. And Robbie's attached to it. Matter of fact, he hadn't put anything in, so I had Wendy resend it to him today to remind him that I want him to answer some of these questions. So we're really working hard to try to get feedback from everybody. So, all right, so with that, let's go to item 3.6. So I'm glad Ms. Helen mentioned Leah Carper, the North Carolina Teacher of the Year, because as she was talking, I don't know if y'all even realize it, but a lot of y'all kept turning around and looking at me like, we should do that, we should do that, which is great. But one of the things that I did think of as she was talking is, most of you probably know, the North Carolina Teacher of the Year sits on the board, the North Carolina State Board, as an advisor. And she even commented to us, it's really exciting, besties. Remember, she kept saying besties about every sentence. And it kind of hit me, because I've been to a lot of state board meetings before, and they are there. And they're there really, so if someone has a question, well, I wonder what teachers would think about this, they'll ask her. So she said, you don't have to really pay attention, even though it's really not that exciting, I have to pay attention in case they bring me in. So it got me to thinking that why don't we have our Pamlico County Teacher of the Year serve as an advisor to our board? So I brought it up to Mr. Prescott. I contacted our Teacher of the Year, it was Katie Hardison. She was thrilled. She starts in January. She really was. I know you're all thinking, sure, she is thrilled. She's very excited. And that's going to be something that will be the expectation. And I'll be honest, it's going to come with a stipend just like these guys get. And she will be here, whether we have her sit in that corner or we have her sit in the audience, to answer questions or to give feedback on behalf of teachers. And it won't just stop there. She said, so I could have, the board brings up something, I could have meetings with teachers from different schools. Absolutely. Give teachers a voice. And that's what Leah Carper's role is on the North Carolina State Board. So why wouldn't we do that in Pamlico County? So that was one of the big things I got from her. And that's going to start in January. So she's going to be here for her first board meeting in January. So just wanted to give you that heads up. And then I am on item 3.7, which is miscellaneous, and I have several little miscellaneous items. First of all, I think we've done okay so far, but if things seem out of sorts at all, here's why. Ms. White, can you put the picture up? So this is why Tiffany's not here, the little one. So Tiffany had her baby on Black Friday, actually, and this was a Christmas picture she took this past weekend with her two kids, her current children, and her new baby. And she's going to be out for a while, so we're going to do the absolute best we can. I hope she's not watching. I hope that she's just taking care. She is watching. Hey, Tiffany. So anyway, I did ask her if it was okay if I stole that picture and used it tonight, but Tiffany did a lot to help us prepare for tonight, anticipating she was going to not be here. So I'm not sure who's going to help us prepare for all the other meetings until she comes back at the end of February, but we'll figure that out. So, but everybody around here has been wonderful, helping and kind of filling in. Tiffany does a lot, and sometimes you don't appreciate something until it's not there, and Tiffany does a lot. So, lastly, this is our last meeting before we go home for the holidays. I just want to wish everybody a Merry Christmas and to thank the staff here, especially Wendy Lacey, for decorating this place. It looks really, really pretty. She did a great job. And as a Christmas present to you guys, first of all, I don't have one, but can you hand me that little, you guys all get one of these little stress balls in case we stress you out. We're going to be throwing these out of the bus in the parade on the 17th, so you get that. And then the poinsettias down in the front, they are for you guys for Christmas from me and Steve. And we just thank y'all and appreciate all that you do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And with that, that's all I have.
All right, thank you, everyone, for your really good comments. Moving on in our agenda, we do not have consent agenda tonight, so we're going to move on to agenda item 5, instruction, and 5.1. Ms. Brown.
Well, thank you for letting me speak with y'all today. I had asked to have some time with you all so that I could give you an overview of what MTSS is. I am not only the school psychologist, but I also fulfill the responsibilities of the MTSS coordinator for the district. And making sure I can get this up there. And it's not very exciting information, but, and I don't know how to dress it up and make it sound fun, but for some reason it's my thing. MTSS is just really, really important to me because it encompasses the growth of all students, not just the highest performing students or the lowest performing students. It looks at everything, and it's not just academics. We're also looking at behavioral and social emotional learning. And so MTSS stands for a multi-tiered system of support, and it's a framework for total school improvement. Our North Carolina DPI has given us a definition of what MTSS is, and it's defined by a school improvement framework which encompasses academic, behavioral, and social emotional instruction and support. So if you think about our school improvement plans, they are very similar in that they center around continuous improvement for all students. It really does employ a systems approach that uses data to problem solve and to make decisions regarding growing all of our students the most that we can. This is a slide from DPI's presentation of MTSS, and what they want you to see here is within the definition, what do we see and what don't we see? And we do see that it is a framework. It is all about school improvement. We integrate attendance, behavior, academics together. It revolves around all staff. It's maximize growth for all students. What we don't see is that it's not a process. It is not a process to special education. It is not a specific program that someone could use. It's not intended for just specific grade levels. It's for all students that are K-12. And here they want you to know that MTSS is the quickest and it's the most efficient way to improve district, school, and student outcomes. Unfortunately, that hasn't always been the case. When my parents were growing up, the only way to get help at school was through an IEP, if they even had an IEP at that time. For about 50 years, we've been relying on IEPs, and so shifting to this change and providing this intervention support in regular education is a whole mindset shift for us all. I'm going to give you like a historical timeline of how this kind of came about and how it was generated. The work of RTI really started in 1997 when IDEA was reauthorized. So we had to require academic and behavior intervention in regular education at that time. When it was reauthorized again in 2004, we were allowed to use RTI. I don't know why it's not up there. I'm sorry, it's only over here. I didn't know if you were looking for it there. We could use this when we were looking at the process of determining eligibility for the learning disabled category. In 2007, we were able to use RTI to drive the eligibility decisions then. 2012, we had a state initiative where we started to work with RTI, which is Response to Instruction, and PBIS, Implementation Science. In 2013, North Carolina shifted to MTSS, and RTI was integrated in MTSS, and we had hired 4 state consultants to push this work out to our state. In 2015, an IABS division was created, and that's an integrated academic and behavioral system at the DPI. It's a division there. There's a director. There are 8 consultants at that time, and they began statewide PD with cohorts 1 and 2. In 2016, they started to prepare for SLD policy change. We knew that it was coming in July of 2020, that it was going to change, and so no longer were we going to be able to define a learning disability using the ability achievement discrepancy model, but we were going to be required to use MTSS data and how students are responding to effective interventions that are being implemented. At that time, we were able to work with our consultants to create a blueprint and kind of say, how are we going to do this? And around that time, Dr. Johnson was also working with that at Pamlico County Schools, and he was really looking at what were we doing here in terms of intervention support, how did that look in all of our buildings, and why is it not having an impact on our student outcomes? And what he was found is that there was a big disconnect between district expectations and what was actually happening in the schools. He continued that on in 2018, and we had Miss Crystal Dixon and Miss Betty Davis at the primary school working with Miss Christy Caroon, our reading specialist, to kind of keep that intervention effort going at the primary school. And then in 2020, our policy changed. So that's when you were no longer allowed to use that ability achievement discrepancy, but we had to use MTSS data. This is my second year in Pamlico County Schools. I provided a lot of PD and coaching last year, and I'm continuing that this year. I am seeing some progress in MTSS implementation, and I have a lot more that I could talk about with you if you would like. These are the 6 critical components of MTSS, and it really does start with leadership, because we have to have that leadership support, and that's basically another reason why I wanted to speak to you, so you could know what it is and you could support our efforts in getting this implementation in all 4 of our buildings. After leadership, we have to build capacity and infrastructure and get things planned for how are we going to implement this. It takes a lot of communication and collaboration, all departments of the schools. We collect data all along the way to make our problem-solving decisions a little bit easier, and then we use a 3-tiered approach to deliver that intervention support. This, I just wanted to show you that when you put response to instruction, that initiative together with PBIS or our positive behavior intervention supports, when you put that together, that's when you have a multi-tiered system of support. And so I will say last year we worked a lot on the RTI side in our buildings, and this year we've started to push with the PBIS side and getting those PBIS matrix. What are those classroom and school-wide expectations for behavior, and having that posted so our students are aware of what everything is as well. The biggest goal, though, is for us to find the instruction that works, and we want to educate students in their least restrictive tier. By providing researched and evidence-based high-quality instruction at all 3 tiers, then fewer students will require special education services. I think to this too, if we get to a place where we refer a student and we do the evaluation, and if unfortunately they don't qualify for special education services, they still need help. They still are struggling, and so we have to do something. And I love that we have MTSS, that we can do that to provide that through our regular education program. These are the tiers. So at tier 1 you have core. So that's every student that is enrolled in our district is going to receive core. That includes the differentiated core instruction that all of our teachers provide. In tier 2 is when we layer on supplemental instruction when we see those students that are struggling or they are at risk, whether it be in academics, behavior, social, emotional, or attendance. Then what are we going to do extra for those kids in addition to core? When supplemental instruction is not enough, we layer on top of that tier 3, which is intensive instruction. Again, I can go very much into detail at another time if you would like. To skim, when I'm talking about core, when you hear me say core, when DPI talks about core, we're talking about instruction, curriculum, and environment. They say ICE all the time. And so that's what we're thinking of that all students receive. And kind of to break it down a little bit more, we have instruction, curriculum, and environment. So the things that I'm talking about are the master schedule. Is there time built into the master schedule that we can deliver intervention support to our students that are struggling? What group sizes do we have? Do we have enough personnel that's going to be able to work with these groups as well as our groups that are at grade level? And how can we get our kids that are at grade level to exceed grade level expectations? Curriculum, that's what we're using, our materials, our resources that we have to teach the standards for every grade level, and what is the scope and sequence of that delivery. And in terms of instruction, you can just think of that as, is it whole group instruction, small group instruction? Do we have rotations in there? Are students having opportunities to practice and to model and get feedback? And always we have data evaluation that tells us the answers of what do we do next with these students. Core is considered effective when 80% of a grade level is proficient at benchmark, or if we can prove from one benchmark to the next that we have moved a large group of numbers towards to proficiency. So if we look at our beginning of the year data and our middle of the year data, did we move a large group of students to proficient if we didn't have that 80% proficiency with core alone at the beginning? For tier 2, so when we get that universal screening data for every grade level, what we do is we sort the data and we have like the highest performing student who did the very best on this assessment, and it's multiple assessments, it's not just one number. And then who are the students that were struggling? And then we kind of count how many students are in the grade level. If there's 80 students in the grade level, the bottom 20% is going to be those 16 kids. So if you have 80 kids and you're all the way at the top, those 16 that are at the bottom, that's who we can afford to give that tier 2 supplemental support. I have been in school districts before where we tried to help more than that, and it's just not sustainable. Our teachers get worn out, our interventionists get worn out, and they end up not having lunch, no breaks, and then you know what happens after that. So we work with our bottom 20% to give them a standard treatment protocol, which is our tier 2 instruction. And what that means is that it's something that is consistent. It's the same group of kids that we're working with. It is not fluid groups where this week you're working with these 2, next week it might be another 3, but it's the same group of kids. They're getting treatment. It's systematic and explicit instruction in whatever that specific skill deficit is or the biggest need of the grade level. And we're going to progress monitor on a schedule, and that's usually once a week. And protocol just means that it's predetermined. So some of our programs like Foundations, if you're going to use that for your tier 2, it specifies that the group size should be 3 to 4 students. It should be delivered for 30 minutes, 3 to 5 days a week. And so we kind of look at what the research tells us to do for it to be effective, and we try to do that the best that we can. I wanted to put this slide up here just quickly to say that tier 2 is different from differentiated core instruction in that differentiated core instruction allows for that flexibility and that grouping, and it allows for the teacher to think about, well, what lesson do I want to teach this week? What might it be next week? Whereas if we're working at tier 2, it's going to be that same group of students because we've got to look at their rates of improvement to see if that intervention is effective. And then using that, for example, for 4 days a week for 30 minutes for 8 weeks, and we have that set up. That wouldn't be the same in differentiated core instruction. If we get a kid in a group this week and we move them along and they pick up that skill, then we can move them out of that group. So that's what the difference is between those 2 types of instruction. When you get to rate of improvement, this is a rate of improvement spreadsheet that calculates growth for each student based on linear regression. And so we collect progress monitoring data points each week, or the best that we can. And once we have 8 data points, then it calculates a reliable rate of improvement. It'll calculate all the way along, but as you keep on gathering data, the more you have, the more reliable that data is. And so when we work with a tier 2 group and they get some kind of instruction, what we see in this green box is what the typical or the expected rate of growth is for that grade level, and that's based on the benchmarks. What is the BOY score, MOY score, EOY score, and then it calculates, it says, oh, well, in oral reading fluency, this grade level, students are supposed to grow by 0.6 of a word per minute per week. And then we can look in this column and say, well, how much of the expected rate of improvement are our students learning? And it has to be more than 100% because they're starting lower than what the expectation was. So we need them to grow faster than that so we can close that gap. And so what we do first is we're not looking at any particular students at this point when we're at tier 2. We're looking at groups of students, and we're saying we're giving this group of student this type of instruction. Is that effective? And so we come down here and we say, well, are most of the students growing more than 100%? And if they are, we can say, okay, well, that was effective instruction that we gave, but there's this one student that stands out that's not growing more than 100% or not enough to close the gap. And they might need tier 3 support, and that's where we would make that data decision rule to move them to intensive instruction. There was something else I was going to say on this page. I'm trying to think of what that was. I don't know. So if we can pick out that one, then we would move on to tier 3, and we would be looking at specific skill deficits here with that student. Hopefully it would be a small group, or it could be individual, but it's better if you have comparison data. So if you have somebody that's similar to that student that also needs that level of support so that we can kind of compare them. When we intensify at tier 3, I don't want you to think, well, we have to do something totally different than what we did at tier 2. We can intensify a tier 2, the same instruction, by increasing the number of sessions. So if we were doing it 3 days a week, we might do it 5 days a week. We could make the sessions longer. If we were doing it 20 minutes, well, let's try to do it 40 minutes. And we could make the group smaller, so if you had a group of 6, well, let's try it with a group of 3, and that could be considered a tier 3 as well. So I don't want you to think that we have to do something completely different at that point. We also could do qualitative strategies here that you see listed here in order to intensify that tier 2 instruction. And then as a last resort, that's when we would change the plan. Now, there are times that we have an instructional mismatch where we have given a student an intervention that wasn't matched to what their need was, and we had to try it and see how that would go. And so we may need to change our intervention focus there. So when we are implementing MTSS, there is something called the FAMD, which is a facilitated assessment of MTSS at the district level. And MTSS implementation is assessed once a year using that tool. And we have an FAMS as well that we do at each building. So North Carolina Facilitated Assessment of MTSS is a tool which measures progress towards full implementation of MTSS. The purpose of this tool and using this tool and the data that we get from it is to help our school and our district level personnel to identify and prioritize implementation steps. Where are we? How do we do better next year? What do we want to focus on? What can we incorporate into our school improvement plan? And I'm going to click on this link really quick to show you how I think that I am. I may not be. But what it connects to is it's a graphic that shows you across the top what the FAMD items are, and along the side it tells you what our NC star, our indicators are when we're looking at our school improvement plans and how they match up and which one equals this, and they are all intertwined and they all equal each other. And it's very important in our school improvement plans to have information in there and steps of how are we going to implement and sustain implementation of MTSS throughout the year and do better each year. We have a guidebook. There's an MTSS guidebook that's on our district webpage, and you can go there and read more about multi-tiered system of support and learn anything that you would want to. But I would love to meet back with you anytime that y'all are available, if we could have a session, and I'd like to go over that FAM data with you, what I found last year, and then what are we doing this year, and kind of where do we need to go from here to get our students the most help that they can. And I'm not going to open it up to questions because they told me 15 minutes. But if you have questions, let me know.
She is passionate. She is passionate.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. That was good. Really good.
Yeah, thank you. That was very good. All right, moving on to 5.2, our district support plan for Fred Anderson.
Good evening. At the November meeting, you all were presented a district support plan for Fred Anderson School. And at that time, I informed the board that that plan would be up for review for the next 30 days. And so at that point, it was posted on our district website and then also on Fred Anderson's school site, along with information to the parents about the plan being posted. We then provided a feedback form for stakeholders to give us any input or information they might choose to share with us in regards to modifying that support plan. And once again, this is a requirement due to the status for Fred Anderson School this year. Now that we've gone through that 30-day period, we did not receive feedback from any stakeholders regarding modifications to that plan. So tonight we are asking for a motion to either approve, modify, or reject that support plan as presented. And again, this is the district support plan for Fred Anderson, so this is what central office staff will do to support school improvement efforts at Fred Anderson.
All right, with that, I'll entertain a motion to approve the district support plan as presented.
Motion.
Second.
Motion and second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right, all opposed, nay. All right, motion carries.
Thank you.
All right, moving on to 5.3, our Pamlico County Schools 2022-2023 district and school level strategic plan presentations. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so don't get excited. You're not going to find any fancy Excel spreadsheets in my presentation. In fact, You're probably not even.
Look, there's that form on the.
Oh.
I'll tell you what, I'll minimize that, okay? I'm gonna make it go away.
That's funny.
All right, so each year, we are required to present to you our school improvement plans for the district and for our school sites. And so tonight, you will be hearing from representatives from our school improvement teams at each of the 4 schools. And I wanted to take just a moment to explain to you a little bit about how we are doing things a little differently this year. So normally you would hear from the schools first, and then you would hear from the district last. And so as I take you through these first few slides and set up our ladies who are going to be speaking to you tonight, one of the things that I really want to emphasize is how hard our school teams and our district staff are working this year with a priority focus on alignment. We feel like everything that we are working for right now in terms of our school goals, you heard a lot of information from Ms. Brown regarding school improvement efforts where MTSS is concerned, but we are trying really hard to get in alignment and get moving in the same direction, because I think we've always worked really hard where school improvement is concerned, but a lot of times we felt like we were reining in the 4 schools, and while we were saying we were wrapping them in support, what we were really doing is just trying to corral our efforts, and we weren't making a whole lot of progress. So please keep alignment in mind as we go through these presentations tonight. Okay. Just spoke with you a little bit about this. This really came out of our district leadership team meeting this summer. We were able to get school and district level leadership together, go over some data, hear from the different departments, and spend some time thinking about what our priority focus needed to be for the year. And again, alignment was really huge when we started looking at some of the efforts for this year. In the past, the schools have set their goals. We've looked at the goals as a district, tried to mirror what we wanted to do based on what they were working on, and then every now and then we'd go back and review the state goals. And a little over a year ago, several of us were at the Ames conference for the state, and one of the things that we were asked to do was take a look at the state board goals. And I'll be very honest with you, it was the first time I'd seen them. It was the first time I'd really seen what the priority focus was from the state. When we looked at our district plan, and some of the administrators that were there looked at their school plan, there was not many matchups there. So we wanted to kind of revisit how we did our strategic planning. And this year we decided to start with the state goals. So you'll see those listed as the first page in your packet. Then set our district goals, and then from there work with the schools to align their efforts, looking at their data and what they wanted to do. Also this year we're using a web-based tool, NC Star. You have as the second page in your packet tonight the guest login for the district plan and also for the school plans. There's a little label on the inside front pocket of your packet that gives you the website and the district level guest login. This is where we will house the school improvement plans from here on out. In the past, we've given you lots of pieces of paper and put these pieces of paper in a notebook, and we've put them on a shelf, and we've revisited them again every year. And so they really weren't living documents, right? This has become a tool where we can be intentional about selecting our action steps. We can assign targeted team members at the school level and the district level to work on those action steps. We can enter real-time data as far as how we're progressing through completing those action steps. We can even go so far as to celebrate and send celebration reports out to faculty members or to you as a board saying we've reached this goal or we've hit this milestone. And then it will prompt us to select new goals. So this isn't a once a year visit kind of what are we working on, it's a continuous improvement model. And so we're using this from the district all the way down all 4 schools now. So you will have access to this from a guest login, and as Ms. Brown mentioned, I think we got a lot out of our board work session when we did the data review, and we'd really like to start doing a little more of that. And so one of the work sessions that I'd like to propose to you after the first of the year is to sit down with you as board members and take you through that tool so that you know what you're looking for when you go into NC STAR. And you can filter it by goals, you can filter it by action steps, and you can filter it by performance measures. And then finally, it may seem like the one-pagers that you have in your packet this year are not quite as lengthy as you've seen in the past. But again, we're really working hard to focus on less to achieve more. We want to be very intentional about what we're working on, and as we meet those goals, we'll select new ones. Here you see the 3 state board goals: eliminating opportunity gaps, improving school and district performance, and then increasing educator preparedness. And then below that, you see our district goals, and the colors indicate alignment. So you see our 4 goals are to develop and enhance programs to increase post-graduation pathways. You heard a very passionate presentation by Dr. Johnson and our career development coordinator, Mr. Sean Carowin, about our CTE program and strengthening that. So that is a big goal for us. Improving academic performance will always be one of our goals, and we know that right now we are kind of in flux in looking at what the new accountability model may be for the state, but until they change the measure, we will always continue to focus on proficiency and growth. Promote, facilitate, and enhance stakeholder participation. Ms. Dunbar spoke about her session that she went to on stakeholder communication. You've heard Ms. Jackson tonight talk about the new parent advisory council, the teacher advisory position, and then ultimately we hope to even implement some student advisory councils at the district level. Along with our board work sessions, where it's the opportunity for us to really engage with one another and work together versus a sit and get. And then finally, attracting and developing, retaining highly qualified staff. We want to work towards efforts to really not only recruit quality educators, but to develop the educators we have to meet the needs of all of our students. Again, this is the website. It says InStar. That's where you'll go to put in your NC STAR login credentials. As the ladies present tonight, please keep these 4 pockets in mind. And I'm calling them pockets. Sometimes when I talk to the LACs, I call them buckets. But whatever you call them, there are 4 of them, and they all start with P, and that just kind of helps me remind me of exactly what we're working on this year at the district level: performance, participation, post-graduation pathways, and professional development. And here you see some of the things that we just mentioned that we're working towards as a district. One of the things that we are working towards implementing the second half of the year, we received the PRC 189 grant, which is going to allow us to provide some after-school tutoring for math. We know that the state's priority focus shifted to early literacy with a really hard turn, but we also know in looking at our data that math is still a significant area of need. And so this money in this grant is going to allow us to provide what we've wanted to do for a very long time, and that is some after-school tutoring for students at Fred Anderson and the middle school. We are going to be implementing a spring feedback survey at the district level. This will be something similar to the teacher working conditions survey and to the parent surveys that they complete at the school level. We completed a district needs assessment, and then we've just gone through our consolidated monitoring visit for federal programs, and we know that participation and feedback is an area that we need to focus on as a district, and so we'll be putting out a survey in the spring and hopefully eventually doing that twice a year, just like the schools do. For our pathways, you see here some of the things we mentioned earlier were CTE. We've also implemented a program that will allow us to do a career interest inventory at the middle school level, and this is hopefully to find out what our middle school students are interested in before they get to high school and select classes. So they're not spending their first few years of high school trying a little bit of this and a little bit of that. We're going to target what their strengths are and what their interests are, and hopefully put them in a credentialing pathway the minute they enter high school. And then finally, professional development. We have a wonderful resource in Mr. Josh Gaskell, who's our coordinator of teacher recruitment and retention, not only working with our BTs, but also working with current staff, working with administrators when we look at their professional development plans for teachers. We have a phenomenal regional support team under the direction of Dr. Beth Metcalf, who I think our principals will attest to is at our beck and call when we say we need this. She creates the professional development for us to target our specific needs. And then finally, we are working with developing our equity plan for the district so that we can target diversity in our staff and hopefully mirror that diversity in our student population. So tonight you will be hearing from the chairs who are listed here on my left. And I use this quote, Dr. Johnson used to use it all the time when he was principal at middle school, and I just think it really speaks to our efforts of alignment and our focus on less to do more. But when you want to go fast, go alone, and if you want to go far, go together. So hopefully our alignment of the school, district, and state goals will allow us to accomplish just that. And again, as these ladies speak tonight, these are the 4 areas to keep in mind with regards to alignment. And I will turn it over to Ms. Rice from Pamlico Primary School.
Before she comes up, if you guys don't mind, speak into the mic because they can't hear you on the live stream if you're not in the mic. Thank you.
I'll try to speak into the mic. Thank you. So I'm Jennifer Rice. I teach 2nd grade at the primary school. And tonight I'm just going to go through our school improvement goals with you guys. And I'm going to go quickly because I have 16 little 7-year-olds chomping at the bit for me to join them on Google Meet for a reading this evening. This is our first night, and I promised them I would be there. So goal number 1 for us is that 70% of our 3rd grade students will score a 3, 4, or 5 on the math EOG testing, and some of those same things that we have put into place are some of the things that you heard Michelle Brown talk about and Ms. Dixon, sorry. So we have a new core curriculum for math. It's Envisions. We've implemented the universal screen or Ames Web so that we can identify those gaps before they get too big. And we've also, thank you, Mr. Rice.
There you go. Now you can move around.
Okay, sorry, because I move when I talk. And then we've updated the PLC process and the use of common formative assessments to align with our state standards. And then we also have our MTSS process to provide opportunities for reflection of core instruction in our intervention groups. Okay, so goal 2 is to decrease office referrals by 10%. And as you heard people talk about earlier, we have implemented the PBIS system at Pamlico Primary School. These are posted, our expectations are posted in the restrooms, in the hallways, in the classrooms, in the cafeterias. Most of our children can talk to you about these expectations, so when you guys come, please ask our kids. They know these things. And then some of the other incentives to help decrease office referrals is to have quarterly award celebrations that go hand in hand with PBIS. And then we also have our full-time guidance counselor now who pulls groups or pulls students one-on-one to kind of help with those behavioral support systems that they need. And then we all use Class Dojo to encourage positive support, whether it's in the classroom or in the elective encore type room. So goal 3 is to increase EOG reading proficiency by 15% by the end of the 2023 school year. We have letters, PD, that we started last school year, and we are still very deep into letters. And what letters is just, it's just the science of reading. And then to go along with letters, we've also implemented foundations, which they spoke to earlier. We use it for whole group instruction, we use it for small group instruction, and we use it for those tiered systems of support as well. And we've also implemented Heggerty, which is another science of reading type tool for K3. We also use that in whole group, small group, and tiered instruction. And then we updated the PLC processes and the use of common formative assessment, just like we did in math. And then goal 4 is to increase K3 DIBELS scores, which if you're new, I don't really think, but DIBELS is reading. I know that you guys have seen that before. If you've had kids in the school system, I like to sit down with my parents and explain all that. But again, to support the DIBELS growth, we have foundations, we have the letters training, and then we also have the MTSS process to catch those babies before the gaps get too big. And then number 5, our goal 5, is to increase the attendance rate. We've implemented a bark box since we're the pups, and what that is simply the class who has the highest attendance ratio, I guess, percentage. They get a bark box, and they get it delivered to their classroom, and it's filled with all kinds of cute little surprises that they look forward to. And then we've gone back to awards since we're post-COVID now, and then they get those attendance awards. And also it kind of ties in with our PBIS. If they have more than 3 unexcused absences, then they can't attend the little little celebrations. So we're kind of hoping to decrease our absences in our school this year. And then also we also have our school counselor available. So in conclusion, and I know I talked really, really fast, and for that I apologize, at PCPS, our kids will tell you this every morning: all belong, all achieve, and all lead. Any questions? I'm really going to run out, and for this I apologize, because I told my kids that I would be on at 7:30. If you have any questions, I'm going to refer you to Ms. Dixon or to Ms. Hazlitt, and I do seriously apologize.
If there are no questions, then I'd like to invite Ms. Susan Howard up from Fred Anderson.
Okay, it's all me. All right, so we mostly focused on what we were going to do differently this year to make sure that all of our kids were proficient. We do have a vision that all of our students are going to contribute to our community responsibly by developing their unique talents and to their greatest potential in a diverse world. We have a goal. We have 5 different goals, 6 actually, 6. And okay.
Hold it to your mouth.
All right.
There you go.
When I get a microphone in my hand like this, I can't help but think back to those commercials on TV, the Mr. Microphone commercials. Hey, good looking, we'll be back in a while to pick you up later. You may have seen those. I'm old enough to have seen those.
Oh my gosh.
All right, but seriously, we at Fred Anderson are taking our core instruction responsibly. And all of our grade level teachers met with the subject matter that they taught, and they came up with, after looking at the data, what are they going to do to meet these goals that we have set for ourselves for each of our students, our grade levels. At 5th grade level math, they want at least 50% of the students to score a level 3, 4, or 5 on the math EOG. At 4th grade, we had a higher percentage. We were going to challenge ourselves with that at least 70% of our 4th grade students will score a level 3, 4, or 5 on the EOG. And we are going to do this through our new math program, the Envision Math, and we are following the scope and sequence of that program to best meet the needs of all of our students. We also are using our common assessments to determine what we need to reteach both in the classroom and at that tier 1 reteaching and tier 2 instruction. We are also going to, our 4th and 5th grade ELA teachers have set a goal of 60% of the 5th grade to score a level 3, 4, or 5 on the EOG. And for the 4th grade ELA students, they plan on also meeting 60% of that population to score 3, 4, or 5. They too are using common planning periods to align what they are teaching and common assessments to determine, again, what is going to be retaught. The 2 main things that we are focusing on right now is to improve student motivation at our school. And we have been using as a part of our PBIS, we have our team meetings in the morning or our classroom meetings. And we have a little program that we use that we are encouraging discussion in our class and best attitudes and practices to have in the class to be successful. We also have planned we use Class Dojo and just looking for different ways that we're going to improve rewards or incentives that kids are going to be a little more motivated to try and achieve earning these points, and including all staff members, not just teachers, that can hand out points when they see students are doing what they need to do at school or just treating others kindly or helping keep our school a clean environment. So anything that they do, other staff members can award them these points. We also are looking at our win time and using it more effectively. Last year we had one win time where we focused mainly on math, and this year we're having 2 win times, one for math and one for ELA and reteaching. And since we have additional resources for small group instruction for both Tier 2 and Tier 3 math and reading groups, those have a program that they are specifically using for those small groups, whereas the rest of the support for our students will come through analyzing the data from our common assessments and then using our core math teachers to reteach those standards so that they can be better prepared for the EOG. At our school, we feel like that we are partnering with our families and our community to provide a safe and positive atmosphere while responding to what our kids need and giving them high and quality instruction. Okay, thank you.
There are no questions for Fred Anderson. At this time, I'd like to invite Ms. Lauren Farabee up from Pamlico County Middle School.
Save Henry a trip.
So you can hear me. I've done this a time or two with teaching on a screen. All right. Good evening. I am Lauren Farabee. I teach 8th grade ELA at Pamlico County Middle School. I've been tasked with sharing our school improvement plan this year. However, first, I would like to share with you our new vision and mission statements. I've taught at PCMS for 15 years. And when asked this past summer what our mission and vision statement was, I'll be completely honest, I didn't know. I know that I knew at one point in time, but with floods, 2 of them, COVID, quarantine, changes in personnel, and all the other unknowns, our mission and vision had really gotten lost. It no longer resonated within the walls and our hearts of our staff. But if you ask me today what our mission and vision at PCMS is, I can repeat it by heart. It does reverberate in my heart. And I think it was within the way that we went about molding our new mission and vision for our school. That's why it sticks. We had input from parents both in person, online. All staff members were in several sessions, and we really hashed this thing out. And the bottom line is that our focus needed to be on preparing our middle schoolers for their future. And with that being said, our new PCMS mission is to connect students, families, school, and community by developing positive relationships, supporting student individuality, and build skills for future readiness. Our vision for PCMS students is P, productive individuals who are C, confident, and M, motivated to be S, successful in their future. PCMS, productive, confident, motivated, successful. And at the end of the day, if we send kids out into the world that are productive, confident, motivated, successful, then job well done to all of us.
That's right.
Our school improvement plan has been developed and updated with these statements in mind. This has been a process led by admin, but not dictated by our admin. PCMS staff hold a collective ownership of creating and working towards these goals. We are all stakeholders in our plan. Goal 1 represents our required proficiency goal as mandated by DPI, and it is compared to 2021-2022 cohort data, the percentage of students who demonstrate grade level proficiency as measured by the end of grade test data will increase as follows: 8% increase in reading proficiency, 6% increase in math proficiency. Now it might sound 8%, 6%, but that's really attainable. Last year we were really ambitious coming out of COVID, and this is much more attainable, a goal that we can get behind. Goals 2 and 3 were created actually during the 2021-2022 school year, but after completing our comprehensive needs assessment at the beginning of school, our leadership team felt like these 2 goals were still applied and should remain a part of our school improvement plan, and we adjusted our action steps as to follow. Goal 2 is, during the 2022-2023 school year, all Pamlico County Middle School teachers will participate in ongoing content-specific professional development, as well as school-wide professional development that addresses total school needs. After we did our assessment, one thing that popped up in all subject areas, not just reading, was vocabulary. There's such a gap between what our students should be saying and writing and where it is. And so all of our stakeholders in PCMS are doing a book study called Closing the Vocabulary Gap. And it's focusing on exactly that, responsive vocabulary and expressive vocabulary. And we are hoping that that's going to help also with Goal 1 in our reading proficiency skills. Goal 3, PCMS will increase parent and family engagement in 2022-2023 school year by providing opportunities per quarter for parents to engage in their child's education, to collaborate with teachers and staff, and receive information and resources to support their child's education. If you dig deeper into our action steps created for family engagement, then you will see that we're not only just doing the one obligatory open house night, but we're really making sure that we're utilizing all of our technology tools and different opportunities to reach out and really get community members, parents involved back at PCMS. Through the PBIS model, students are rewarded for their hard work throughout each quarter, and that centers around community involvement. And we are pleased to have an active parent representative participating in our leadership teams monthly this year. Her insight has helped with forming strategies that ensure we are successful in working towards our school improvement plan goals. In conclusion, PCMS staff members believe in a cycle. School does not begin and end with just one school year. These goals require more than 1 year to see the growth we would like to achieve. Our school improvement plan is more than a checklist. Our goals and action steps are the wheels that carry us into the future farther than just one school year at a time. Thank you.
Are there any questions for Ms. Farabee? Great, then we will finish things out with Ms. Christine Wayne from Pamlico County High School.
Good evening, board members and colleagues. My name is Christine Wayne. I am a science teacher at the high school, and I am also our school improvement chairperson. So I am here to share our plan with you tonight. Let's see. So I just want to give you a little bit of background of how we came up with our school improvement team. So I was elected after Miss Dana retired, and our school improvement team has 15 members on it. We have representatives from each department that are elected. So I represent the science department. We have math, CTE, cultural arts, and things like that. Of course, our administration's on there. We have support staff representatives, and we have 2 parent representatives that come from our largest group, which is our ROTC program, and they come to our meetings each month. So our planning for our school improvement plan began in the summer. We had a meeting in July. We analyzed our results from our teacher working conditions survey, and then of course all of our testing data, and that gave us a good starting point of like where we need some improvement the most. So that's what we decided to focus on, and we came up with a very rough outline for our school improvement plan. And then I was happy when Ms. Dixon mentioned these, I call it the 4 Ps, you call it buckets. So performance, professional development, participation, and post-graduation pathways. Our school improvement plan fits nicely into all 4 of these, and I'm very proud of that. Okay, so our first one, I'm sorry, but it is quite lengthy. It is our performance goals. At our high school, that includes our EOCs, which is biology, math 1, math 3, and English 2. It also includes our ACT scores, which is a test that is given every March, and then our Work Keys test, which Ms. Potter has given to approximately half of the qualified students, or will have by the end of this week, and I can update you where we are there. So our goals are 60% proficient in biology, English 2, and math 1, and then we set math 3 at 50% from circumstances from last school year. Our ACT scores, we have set, we want 40% of our students to score a 19 as a composite score or higher. And I just wanted to tell you the reason we chose 40%, I know that seems sort of low, but 2 years ago in March of 2020, the North Carolina School Board decided that 19 was a better score than a 17 in the middle of a pandemic. So we're starting at 40%, and then of course we want to work higher than that. And then our Work Keys goal is we want 90% of our students to score silver or higher. And I can tell you where we are currently. Ms. Potter tested the students who will graduate early, and we are currently sitting at 74%. She is testing more students on Thursday, and that will only leave 5 students left to test in the spring. So we're hoping we'll get there. Okay. All right, so for our action steps for Goal 1, we have instructional team meetings each week and each month, and I'll explain that in a second. We have common assessments and data trackers, so we put in the scores of our common assessments every 3 weeks, and then we discuss the strengths and weaknesses of students and kind of reteach as necessary. We have our Learning Accelerated Coordinator at our school, our tutors for English and math, and then we're implementing our Tier 2 and 3 supports as well. We have a new program this year. It's called On to College for our juniors. Our juniors go to homeroom twice a week on Wednesday and Friday, whereas the other students only go on Friday, and they are doing a program that is online to increase ACT scores. And then, of course, Ms. Potter provided all Work Keys students with some practice they could do on the computer as well. And I also want to mention we have a lot of action steps that aren't listed as action steps because there's a lot of things going on at the high school, but we've implemented a weekly vocabulary program. So the Fridays that they're in homeroom, they get 5 new words, so the goal is to have 50 new words every 9 weeks. And then we've made a Kahoot and different puzzle games for them to increase vocabulary, because I think we all know if you can't read well, if you have a better vocabulary, you'll do much better on any of these kind of assessments. And Mr. Reifsnyder also had us meet during our planning times for a first quarter assessment data. We kind of went over where students were in terms of attendance and grades by each grade level, and that kind of helped us see where we were going. And then I also want to mention, to fit in with the post-graduation pathways here, we know that students have basically 3 options when they get out of school. They can enroll in college or community college, they can enlist in the military, or they can be employed. So I feel like we are reaching all of those students. Obviously, our guidance department is very strong. We have a college advisor. She helps bring colleges in, like representatives in, to speak to our students. She also helps with the FAFSA for college applications. And then for the military, we have a very strong ROTC program. They give the ASVAB at the high school very frequently, and they have recruiters come in monthly, if not even more frequently than that, to meet with students who might be interested in enlisting. And then also, I feel like our CTE program is being strengthened, especially with what's going on at the middle school into the high school. We have new CTE classes. We have a drones class, and we also have a public safety class. We do career fairs, and then our career development coordinator has taken students to the Volt Center multiple times, and also to Bosch. And he even had a couple students do interviews, I think, this week or last week. So that was very interesting. I like how kids have more options and don't feel like they have to go to college. Okay, so our second goal is kind of all-encompassing as well. We have a goal on teams. So we like to say that we have the right people in the right place. So some of our goal teams that we have established, we have an EOC ACT team, We have an MTSS PBIS team, and we've even done a reward ceremony for our students first quarter. And at first, the high school students were like, "We're not in middle school anymore. Why are we doing this?" But when they came out with their certificates, you could see them smiling. So I think that was very positive. And it was a huge number of students that were recognized for attendance and academics and a whole bunch of other things. And then our other goal teams are parent community outreach. We have a safety team, and then we also have a student and staff recognition team. Okay, so our next one is on communication and parent involvement, so our participation goal. We have a reformation, I would say, of our PTSO, and I like that we have students on ours. They meet monthly to increase parental involvement. They're doing fundraising opportunities. You might remember our cow pie bingo from last month and our chili cook-off. And Ms. Wood is also doing some other things to increase our involvement. 10 teachers, including myself, we did a book study on culturally relevant practices, and we're trying to implement some things like getting our stuff out into our community, like maybe a calendar of events hanging in Hardison's, or just for an example, so we can get our word out there more often. Okay. And then we also have a safety goal. So we are required to have fire drills monthly, but one of the things that Mr. Carowin is doing, we're having them kind of at random. It's not like, you know, the second or to the last day of the month, and it's at multiple periods during the day. And one time he even did one before class even finished changing, which kind of freaked us all out a little bit. But that is a real world situation that may happen. So he's done that. We also plan on having some emergency lockdown drills, considering the state of our world today. We want to do one with just the staff to make sure everybody is prepared and know what to do. And then we're going to have another one with the whole school. And then also we have our custodians that have a daily and weekly checklist on the back of each classroom door to make sure that every single classroom's environment is conducive to learning. Okay, all right, and then our last one is on professional development. Our staff are always encouraged to seek outside things if they would like, and they're very good about coming back and sharing with the rest of the staff. But one of the things that our administration does is they do walkthroughs, and we get a little form back on our email that telling us what they saw, and Ms. Holton and Mr. Reifsnyder are using that data to like spotlight some staff, and they're going to be the ones to do the presentations for some professional development. So, you know, a lot of times people like to hear more from their colleagues than from just some outside person. So it's very valuable. And our current focus is actually on student engagement. I've heard that mentioned a lot tonight because we've actually had some problems with apathy as well. So you can see our plan in its entirety with the guest login that Ms. Dixon provided for you, but I'd like to echo what Mr. Prescott said. We welcome you into our school anytime. There are hundreds of things going on at the school that none of us can mention all in one short little presentation, so we'd love to have you come out. And are there any questions for me? Oh, okay, thank you.
Once again, I would just like to say thank you to the ladies who presented tonight, to the school improvement teams. I can say that these groups have been very intentional in the planning process, and I hope that you can see that through the goal selection and the action steps. Just want to reiterate that you'll be receiving some more information about a possible work session where we can take you through the InduStar process, and you can actually go in and see how that web-based tool is used. And at this time, if there are no questions, I'm presenting these 4 plans to you for approval in one motion, and then the district plan as a separate motion.
Any questions, any discussion on this?
I think the plans were all very, very good, very informative, very precise. So thank you for that presentation.
Yeah, they're very thorough. Thank you. Any other comments? If none, I'll entertain a motion to approve the school and district strategic plans as presented.
So moved.
It could be, it can be in one,
Okay,
yeah.
I-
it can be
well,
one.
I was sitting there reading that and I heard what you said
He
too.
said
and
it
I
can be
looked at
one. It's
Rachel,
fine.
but so, that's
Okay,
fine.
it's fine, it's fine.
Yep. All right, so we have a motion, need a second?
Second.
Motion and second, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. All right, motion carries, thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Prescott, if you'll just leave those signature pages in
they're
your
right here.
packet, I'll get them from you.
Yep.
Thank you.
All right, moving on to agenda item 6, our finance, Mr. Curtis.
Thank you, Mr. Prescott. First item, I have an update on the child nutrition procurement plan. I do have some handouts, and I'd like to ask Rachel if you there's enough for you. All right, the document you have before you is the Pamlico County Schools procurement plan for the child nutrition or school nutrition department. This plan we've had it for years. We do have an approved plan right now. The last time it was amended was in May of 2019. So it's been 3.5 years since there's been any changes. And changes come about when there are changes in either local, state, or federal laws that impact the child nutrition program, or if there's any recommendations that are made by DPI as a result of them coming on site and doing a review. That's what's happened here. Week before last, we had a review, an on-site review from our DPI regional representative. And I guess she felt like she had to find something to tell us to do. So this document, the only thing that has been changed on here are the highlighted items. And if you'll look, obviously on the first page, you've got the date change from what it was back in May of 2019. And then if you start looking through there, really starting on page 4, you'll see Child Nutrition Director is highlighted. And the previous language said Child Nutrition Director or Designee. And we were told that to remove or designee, that could not be in there, which basically means if the Child Nutrition Director is unavailable to make decisions with regard to the procurement plan, then she can't designate somebody to take care of that. The board would have to vote and approve somebody to take care of it. So, I mean, it's not a real big deal, but obviously we want to be in compliance with what DPI asks. So in this entire 24-page document, that's all that's highlighted is where we've removed or designee and just left the Child Nutrition Director there. I will ask you to look at the very last page on page 24. There has been a little bit of change to the USDA non-discrimination statement, and that was the other thing that our regional rep said that we needed to update. And I compared the two, and there was just a couple words here and there that were different, nothing substantial that I could see. Ms. Mancinas was very concerned about these things and wanted to get them changed as soon as possible, so I told her I would try to get this done before the Christmas break so we could send a copy back to DPI. So none of the meat of the plan has changed at all, and so this will just put us in total compliance with DPI, and I'll be happy to answer any questions. And if you don't have any, I would certainly appreciate a vote to go ahead and approve these changes.
Any questions or discussion on this? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion to approve as presented.
Motion. Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. All right, motion carries. Thank you.
All right, great. Thank you. Item 6.2 is a budget calendar, and I have another handout. We are just really finishing up the, all of the financial information for the 2021-22 school year. The auditor was here last month and did the presentation. That audit has been sent to the Local Government Commission for approval, and he has sent me a year-end adjusting journal entries that he does every year that I have to post. So we're kind of still trying to finish out last year, obviously in the middle of this fiscal year, and getting ready to start the budget process for 2023-24, which seems crazy to me to be starting that now. Anyway, this is a draft of the budget calendar for next year. It basically just shows the processes that we go through, and this will start when we get back from the Christmas break in January. Budget forms will go out to all the principals. They will have about a month to get all their requests back to me, and then I will have meetings with those principals, go out to their schools. We'll talk about not only current expense items, but especially capital outlay budget requests that they may have, and then have conversation from that point with Ms. Jackson and other directors if they have needs that they feel like they need in their departments. The green highlighted sections are what would be important to you right now. There are 3 tentatively scheduled special board meetings to go through the budget process for current expense and capital outlay. And the first one is March 20th. And that's a Monday at 5 p.m. And again, we can certainly, I'm flexible with the time since we moved our meetings back starting last month from 6:30 to 6. That makes me have to back up these meetings, or I'd like to back them up a little bit. This one doesn't have to be that early, but hoping everybody will be able to make that meeting at 5 o'clock. If we need to adjust it some, we certainly can. The second meeting is actually prior to the regularly scheduled April 3rd board meeting, and I have that down for 5 o'clock, so that'll give us just an hour to really cram in a lot of information and try to get some things accomplished. And then hopefully the third board meeting, which will be April 24th, will if we haven't already approved a proposed budget, we will need to do so hopefully by that point in time. So we're kind of working around spring break in April to get that accomplished. In years past, we've had breakfast meetings with the county commissioners. We did not do that last year, but I left that on there. I think it's worthwhile to look at doing that again, and it's a good chance to sit down, just everybody, our board and their board at the table, and look at these items. And this gives them a heads up as to what we're going to be asking for, so they can go ahead and look at that as far as planning with the county budget. On May 1st, which would be our board meeting night, the proposed local current expense and capital outlay budgets would need to be approved by the Board of Education. And then on May 15th, which will be the county commissioner's second meeting of that month, we would make our formal presentation to the county commissioners for them to consider our proposed budget like we've done every year. So, and then of course the county commissioners have to act on that, and they have to adopt a county budget by June 30th, and they typically do that. That's usually within late May, early June. We pretty much got an idea from them what our funding is going to be at that point in time. So the process is very similar to what we've done in the past, and it seems to work pretty good. So this is what I'd like to present to the board for approval, and once we approve it, if something happens and we can't do a certain date, we can always look at changing that if the board decides to do so. Any questions?
Any questions, any discussion? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion to approve as presented.
Motion.
Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, nay. Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to governance agenda, item 7.1. Eric and Jamie, per general statute, during COVID, it was, we have to discuss our COVID-19 protocols every month and determine if changes to the current protocols in place will need to be changed. Our current protocol is mask optional. Is there any discussion on our current protocol? Questions? If none, I'll entertain a motion to approve that our protocols stay the same.
Motion.
Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. And the motion carries. All right, so we can turn on past the next 2 pages. And we're 7.4, correct? Yep. All right, Mr. Dudley.
All righty, let me find it here.
Yeah, okay.
That's some everything.
There you go.
I got it here. All right. I move that the Pamlico County Board of Education enter into closed session to consider confidential student matters as provided in NC General Statutes 143-318.11A1 and the Family Educational Right and Privacy Act 20 U.S.C. 1232G and GS 115C-402. Confidential personnel matters as provided in NCGS and 143-318.11, A1, 5 and 6, and 115C-319, and to consult with the Board of Education attorney in order to preserve the attorney-client privilege as provided in General Statute 143-318.11A3.
Have a motion, need a second? Second. All right, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. All right, we're in closed session 7:48.
back live, correct?
Here we are. Oh, we're there.
Okay, I need a motion to approve the personnel report for action as presented.
Motion.
Motion and second. All in favor, raise your right hand. There you go. I need a motion to approve the district school safety plans as presented.
Motion.
Second.
Motion and second. All in favor, raise your right hand. I need a motion to approve the request for additional compensation for the employees identified as presented and amended.
Motion.
Second.
Motion and second. All in favor, raise your right hand. All right. You look at our upcoming meeting dates. We'll see everybody next year on January 9th, 2023. Happy holidays and Merry Christmas to everyone and Happy New Year.
Give that woman some more money.
I will take a motion to adjourn.
So
All in favor, raise your right hand. All right.
Thank you. Don't forget your poinsettia.
That was a good one, wasn't
Don't
it?
forget your poinsettia.